Alright, let's get back to it. Erenville was headed westwards along the path to the Archaeon. Come, we can still catch him. Hold a moment, I have an idea. If memory serves, the colossal wall-like structure is Logisticon Beta, one of Labyrinthos' climate control centers. Should have its own lifts, with which one could access the upper or lower tiers. I, if I were an agent of the Forum, would make for a convenient meeting place. But even if we cannot happen to find Erenville in the company of said agent, we cannot expect them to reveal issues of importance as we nonchalantly stroll past. Nay, we shall have to remain undetected. If only Graha and his vanish spell were here. Oh, but there is other ways of turning invisible. Hippity hop, my little toads. Goodness! Unaccustomed to transfiguration, worry not, it will wear off with the passage of time. I suggest you and your green companions hop along and catch up with Erenville. Should you feel the magic's fading, return to me and I will refresh the enchantment. And what am I to do in the meantime? Wait here with me. In your current state of mind, you'd be likely to leap into the jaws of a predator as you would learn anything of note. I kinda hope Y'shtola does this again. Which reminds me, where are the creatures of hereabouts? In that form, you are essentially defenseless. You changed into a toad. You must remain transfigured in order to... Yes, cool. Ribbit. Whatever, ribbit, toad. I guess it's G-pose. I'm a toad. I'm a toad. Alright, that's enough. Ribbit. Oh, sorry. Ribbit. Alpha Toad and Alatoad are now accompanying you. I really wish to change their names to Alpha Toad and Alatoad. Of course, the straight path forward is cut off by a... Oh, well, I can just go. I'm not level synced. Ribbit. Alpha Toad attempts and fails to shake his head. But nevertheless, you understand he is telling you this is the wrong way. Ribbit. Alpha Toad turns to face north. Perhaps he's suggesting you cross the bridge. If a level 80 enemy picked a fight with me, I assume this level 81 Yakao will as well. Made it. There they are. Let's hippity hop, skippity bop.
I trust you will find your compensation to be more than satisfactory. We wish to make clear that we are pleased with the efficiency and thoroughness of your work. So much so that we have come bearing new tasks in need of your competent hand.
Another lengthy list. If I may speak frankly, the gleaners have been pushed to the point of collapse by your unending demands. We are not familiars to be exploited. We are Sharlayan scholars, and we deserve an explanation for this unseemly treatment. What warrants such urgency?
In an age long past, Sharlayan was charged with a momentous duty. And now that word of the final days hangs heavy in the air, the time has come for us to fulfill that charge. I can say no more, but I promise you this. All will be revealed in due course. And when it has, you will understand that your toil was in service to the greatest good.
Then I will do your bidding. For now. But unless you wish the gleaners to rise up in protest, I advise you to offer tangible improvements for our working conditions. Your promised revelation does nothing to address present circumstances.
A fair point. Your concerns will be conveyed to the Forum.
Ribbit.
I hope that was informative. You may consider my debt to you repaid in full. While I do have my reservations about the Forum, I want to believe that they have our best interests at heart. Which is why I'm reassured that you're busy sniffing out the truth of things. We can ill afford to place all our eggs in one basket, this master plan of theirs, without first understanding the risks involved.
Wait! How did you know it was us?
If you mean to impersonate a toad, try studying the real thing. And don't try to fool an expert.
And from that day forward, everyone says Erenville likes frogs. I suppose we should have known a gleaner who specializes in animal procurement would not be so easily deceived. Yet he seemed inclined to put his trust in us all the same. More importantly, perhaps, we discovered a new piece of the puzzle, this momentous duty the Forum agent mentioned. Sharlayan has been called to action, and the Telofroy's declaration was the catalyst. Whatever charge is they hope to fulfill, they deem it of sufficient to import to disrupt all the Labyrinthos, not to mention ignore Eosia's request for aid. What duty could warrant the direct involvement of the Forum and the commitment of all its resources? Judging by what we just heard, none of the gleaners were offered any kind of explanation. At this point, it seems abundantly clear we'll learn nothing. We'll learn nothing new by pressing them further. We should head back to Y'shtola and Krile for the moment, see what they think of this. Welcome back. I trust you found Erenville then. Interesting. I had a feeling you would learn something of import. Even if that something was simply a confirmation that no one knows much of anything. We share this with Cryle, then we discuss how to proceed. Assuming we find her back at the farm, she was still behaving oddly, so I bade her return and rest there. Perhaps not the best decision in hindsight. Would you mind checking near those flowers again she was so entranced by? The rest of us can survey more distant areas, just in case she decided to wander. No, they were over here.
For you. The spell will keep it from wilting. She said you would need it for the journey ahead.
She?
Will you speak with her now? I cannot hope to match Minfilia's clarity, of course, but...
Thank you. Do not worry. She has lent me her body for only a moment. Just as I could not save the first from the flood of light, it has become arduous for me to interact with the physical world without assistance. Though I might converse with you for a time, the incorporeal form I assumed on the ship would be incapable of casting even the simplest enchantment. It is in the depths of the ethereal sea, the place to which all life returns, where my influence is greatest. After Minfilia's sacrifice on the first, it was to the sea, here in the source, where I ferried her soul. I wished that gentle spirit to find rest in the world she loved so well. Her, and another who may yet have a part to play, though that will depend on you. Take the flower, walk free, for you are free, to go where you wish, to believe what you will. That bloom will be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. In darkness, seek joy. Surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free, and bear the light for others to follow. Together, raise it aloft and let it shine, till the end, blinding and radiant.
Was all too brief. Already she seems so far away. My apologies if I startled you. Ever since we began our descent into Labyrinthos, I had sensed another's will, straining to reach out. Even with my particular talents, though, I was unable to make a connection at first, so weak and tenuous it was. Once I took hold of that wispy thread, Imagine my surprise to discover it was Heidelin herself. Needless to say, it seemed wise to learn what we could before letting go. Her answers were more cryptic than I would have liked, but at least she left us with a guide of sorts, that unusual flower. Yes, we are definitely making progress.
You can't be serious! We've done nothing wrong!
Uh-oh.
Master Fortuno? What business has the Forum with us?
Obstruction and suppression, apparently.
Mistress Baldessian, our records show you facilitated the Scions' entrance into Sharlayan by claiming them as assistants for your organization. We are aware of your investigations. After alerting the major institutions to the presence of potential troublemakers, we received word from an Archean custodian. A group operating under the auspices of the students, skulking about Labyrinthos and engaging in clandestine behavior.
Clandestine? We may not have entered Sharlayan as Scions, but we did naught to conceal our identities. Our only purpose in this city is to seek the truth. I can think of no reason why our actions should warrant the Forum's intervention.
'Tis not our way to discourage the pursuit of knowledge. But the timing of such pursuits must be considered, not to mention their potential impact. With the world in chaos, we, the true caretakers of wisdom, have committed ourselves to an undertaking that demands the utmost discretion. And we will not risk its success by turning a blind eye to disruptive foreign elements in our midst.
What, then, is to be our fate? Will you put us on a ship back to Eorzea?
The Forum will convene to examine your case. The results of said inquiry will determine your future in this city. As for your absent companion, he has already been detained.
Grah! But why? Is reading a crime now, too?
Reading is encouraged, celebrated even. Not, however, of the volumes shelved in the restricted section of the library.
Refusing to comply will only make matters worse. Let us instead treat this as an opportunity to open a dialogue with the Forum.
Silence is often one's best defense. I would advise against prolonging the proceedings with frivolous discourse. But enough. This is not the place for debate. The rostra await.
Unfortunate. You can tell who the important characters are because they're not wearing the hood.
Forgive me. I was careless.
We would have been detained regardless. This way, at least, we managed to stay together. I trust your time within the Forbidden Archives was well spent.
Forum will come to order.
Oh, except for Vieira's. That one in the back is not important because they couldn't freaking make a hat that nobody can even wear in the game for Vieira's.
This inquiry is now in session. As Speaker-elect, I will be presiding over the day's proceedings. Master Fortuner, would you be so kind as to restate the matter which compelled you to summon your colleagues with such urgency?
As you are all aware, we recently denied Eorzea's request for Sharlayan assistance.
See, there's another Vieira in the background. He doesn't have a hat either.
Since then, certain individuals dissatisfied with our decision have taken it upon themselves to interfere with our work. They entered our nation masquerading as associates of the students of Baldesion. But these malcontents are better known as the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. These militants wield influence with both the Eorzean and Eastern alliances, and are inextricably involved with the crises presently afflicting the world at large. Loose in our city, these warmongers sought to meddle with and expose matters of state secret. What are they, if not a dire threat to be expelled?
Objection. What proof do you have that we were interfering with any of your plans?
You have tarnished the good name of the students. Galuf would be ashamed.
No one even knows what your plans are.
Galuf Baldessian was never one to forsake his fellow man. Even if this nation closed every door and retreated from the world, he would have found a way to help the Scions, help every soul of this star fight back against the coming doom.
A terrible enemy stands poised to lay waste to all we hold dear. In the face of such madness, Eorzea reached out to Sharlayan, a respected ally, in the hopes of forming a united front. Was your curt dismissal truly the best you could offer? Or are you so preoccupied with your momentous duty of an age long past that even the end of the world is unworthy of your attention?
Whence came this revelation?
From the mouth of a Forum member within fortuitous earshot.
Then it seems your findings support my own. The reason I visited the restricted shelves was to study records of the Forum's policy-making process, to better understand the historical trends underlying their most major decisions. At first glance, the positions of neutrality in war and the accumulation of knowledge above all else appear constant and consistent, the unchanging pillars of Sharlayan society. And once upon a time, I might have left it at that. These days, however, I am more attuned to the subtleties of governance, and so I noticed something odd.
Because he was in charge of people.
From a particular point in time, the purpose of these policies shifted. No longer was knowledge preserved for the benefit of society. Rather, society was to be gradually reshaped to ensure the preservation of knowledge. The most conspicuous and telling change was the one which befell Labyrinthos. Once little more than an oversized storehouse, an enormous allocation of funds saw it transformed into an advanced research and archival facility. I also discovered a fascinating account on the finances of our Dravanian colony. The settlement attracted students from far and wide, and the connections and tuition fees thus acquired were funneled into further improvements for the archives. Now, there is no question that our nation's progress is tied to the acquisition of wisdom. Nevertheless, the vast resources diverted for this purpose borders on the obscene. But returning to the matter of when, our change in course appears to have been made some 270 years ago.
The very same period when Sharlayan scholars in the hinterlands began a formal study of the ethereal sea. You found something, did you not? And whatever it was, gave rise to your oh-so-important duty.
Mind your tongue, Archon. If you had seen...
What's the matter, cat? Got your tongue?
Yes. We are bound by a duty we cannot ignore. Knowing this, what would you have us do? Abandon our vital work and join you on the field of battle? We will never choose the way of the sword. We will fulfill our mission, not through strife and bloodshed, but survival. Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
Do as you must, then. But we Scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
Such misguided zeal.
Father, Master Fortuno, I fail to understand the stance you have elected to take. But by the same token, I have yet to find a compelling argument to counter the challenge you put to us in Gridania. Still, in the midst of my uncertainty, I must trust in myself to do what is right, as others have chosen to trust in me. So I will continue, as I always have, weighing the consequences of my every action, and allowing my hope for the future to inform my decisions.
That's quite enough. Have you all forgotten the reason for this assembly?
Skolok Monteshane. He's the head of the Studium and an old friend of my grandfather's.
Honestly, every discussion devolves into some interminable debate. Terrible habit. Let's return to the topic at hand, By their own admission, these Scions have resolved to fight alongside the Eorzean nations against the doom which swift approaches. But there exists no evidence of an attempt to incite our citizens to do the same. Furthermore, while our decision may well have been the correct one, we cannot simply bull our way through these disagreements without inviting doubts or objections. Put yourselves in their place. Who among you would leave a tome unopened if an elder forbid you read it with no reason given?
I would. Shut up, Steve. No one's a nerd like you. Oh.
Now, if we're to quell further discontent, then we must conclude this matter with a fair and even hand.
Order! We will have order!
I'll have a ham sandwich, not that order, Steve, you idiot. Oh.
Master Monteshane raises some valid points. Keeping such concerns in mind, I propose we enforce the following measures. Until further notice, the students of Baldesion are to cease any and all activities within the domain of Sharlayan. You will also refrain from any further investigation into the Forum's decisions and duties. Failure to comply with these restrictions will result in the immediate expulsion of your Scion associates. Let us put this judgment to a vote. All in favor, raise your hand. I count 51 for and 48 against. The proposal is passed.
There should have been a better way than just raising your hand.
You have heard the Forum's judgment. Pray abide by it, or face the consequences.
Like, literally, you have... just push a button or something. Everyone for, push your button, ding 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 ding. Everyone against, obviously don't.
Honored members, I thank you for your time. This inquiry is concluded.
Like, he would have to stand up out of his chair and turn around to go check the ones behind him. Well, that could have gone better, guys. Well, at least we've been allowed to remain in the city. And our endless investigations have not been in vain. We now know that the mysterious duty of theirs began when whatever the form discovered in the ethereal sea. With our freedom slowly curtailed, however, we will struggle to learn aught more of the substance here in Sharlayan. The overall picture is beginning to grow clear, but that's in spite of the Forum being so mildly vague about this duty of theirs. Why are they so reluctant to explain their actions in plain words? Survival come what may. His father's work so vital that it takes precedence over his own family? I'm gonna assume that's their mom. Alphino? Alize, it is you! It is their mom. When I heard you'd been dragged before the Forum, I came as swiftly as I could. I'm so very glad they allowed you to stay. Mother! A million Labyrinthos at your service. And you fine people must be the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. How lovely it is to finally meet you. Mother, please, we don't wish to make things difficult for you. If word reaches Father that you were here... Oh, bother that. Am I to be chastised for speaking to my own children? I am well aware that you and Master Fulchano are not on the best of terms at the moment. But I've been absolutely desperate to see my darlings again. Basically, Mom, what if Dad catches you here? Pfft, what the fuck is he gonna do? Huh? He could sleep on the couch. You will come by the house, won't you? I have gifts waiting. Timing couldn't be better. As matters stand, we shan't be going anywhere unless we discuss matters with Thancred's group and reconsider our options. Go, visit your home. We will be back at the annex when you're ready to rejoin us. I'm not sure Niren, what do you think? Niren, the Niren Lucifarius? What a splendid day this is turned out to be. Champion of Eorzea, I insist that you join us. Okay. Papa must be quick about it. Not for my own benefit, but should my husband return to find you enjoying our hospitality, the servants will be made to suffer the consequences. Naren, if you would be so kind as to escort my children to the estate. And then she was gone, and with her any opportunity to protest. Indeed, the matter is settled. Enjoy yourselves, you three. I apologize. Mother is not one to take no for an answer. Still, I'm glad, relieved even, to see her in such high spirits. What say you, Naren? Though it seems we have little time enough to enjoy it, will you accompany us on our visit home? Fine, if we're going, then let's get it over with. We're sure to stay in the entrance hall. No peeking into our private chambers, thank you very much. Why ever not? Your room was always perfect, neat, and tidy. Everyone has things they'd rather keep to themselves, don't they? Cherished mementos you couldn't bring yourself to throw away. Childhood toys. I mean, never mind. The Leviaster is that way, straight down the stairs. Come on. Oh, come on. That would have been great to see the rooms. See, look, like their outfits are yellow. Why couldn't the Chocobo Keep's outfit be yellow? Ah, and here you are at last. Please do come in.
Welcome home, my lady.
Hey, I remember that Rogadin.
What? What are you gawping at?
Scion headquarters must seem squalid indeed. I mean, being the son of a legatus, so things would probably be fancy on my end, but I've always been on the inside of a ship, mostly. Traveling with my parents. So, you know, just admiring the, you know, House Levier and all its glory, grandeur.
Oh, gods, please don't. It makes me feel like a spoiled princess.
Sorry.
Lord Fortuneau is not to hear of this visit. And I should also like the children to have their gifts, ere my husband makes his return.
As you wish, my lady.
Master Alphino, Mistress Alice, if you would accompany me upstairs.
We shan't be long.
The twins have been sending letters home from time to time, recounting their latest adventures. I am sure they withhold certain details, of course, if only to keep me from worrying. Yet a mother worries all the same. In the early days especially, I tried to support them as best I could, sending the Scion's coin and other such donations. Fortunately, they have found the strength to overcome adversity time and time again. Their words grow more confident with every letter, their depictions more vivid. The triumphs and defeats, the joys and sorrows. 'Tis clear that they have come to find value in every experience. But of those they treasure most, it would seem that meeting you might be the most impactful. Why, since that fateful day, I do believe there has not been a single missive in which you were not mentioned by name.
Really now?
'Tis plain they care for you, and I am glad they have such a steadfast companion watching over them. Under normal circumstances, I would offer you tea, but alas, these are anything but. In any event, why don't you keep me company whilst we await my children's return? Perhaps you might regale me with a tale or two of your exploits.
Sure. So let me tell you about the guy I met, this inspector, and I had to steal a pair of pants. And then I met this other guy, and he turned into a freed, but, like, cooler. And then I said, the only fantasy here is yours, and we shall be its final witness. And it was so cool. Oh, she's talking.
When you mentioned gifts, I wasn't sure what to expect. Mother,
Oh, look how well it fits you. And the style is to your liking?
It's perfect. Exactly what I would have chosen. But please, tell me you had something different made for Alphino.
No, I got on the same outfit, but in blue.
Naturally. You are hardly little children anymore. And while I shall miss dressing you in those precious matching outfits, I must respect the individuals you have grown to become. See for yourself.
Thank you for the splendid clothes, Mother. Stylish, comfortable, and eminently practical.
I am so glad you like them. They are, however, missing one final touch.
If you would allow me, Master Alphino.
Wait. Are these...
A sage's tools of the trade. They belonged to your father. Though he may as well be chained to his desk these days, as a student he was often called upon to venture into the field. He wielded those armaments, both to heal and to harm in no few battles. None so fierce as those you two have braved, perhaps, but battles nonetheless. Thus did I pull them out of storage, to show you that he was not always the man who stands in vehement opposition to you now. And also because it would be a terrible waste of ridiculously expensive House Leveilleur commissioned artistry. I am told these devices are quite difficult to master, but someone of your extensive experience should soon have them darting about with grace and aplomb. May the wisdom in that crystal serve you well. And please, try to find common ground with your father, that you might come and go without need for this awful subterfuge.
We will, Mother. I promise.
My final gifts to you, before you run off, are an observation and a suggestion. Firstly, Fortuno has ever been a serious man, but it was only after you were born that he truly lost himself in his work. I may not know the Forum's inner workings, but I know your father's. The timing of that change in him holds some significance. Secondly, do not seek to best your father with words. Far better that you simply show him. Let him discover the merit of your actions, after they cannot be undone.
Oh, Mother.
We shall take your wisdom to heart. Thank you again for these gifts, and farewell for now.
Safe travels, my children. Eat well, stay warm, and keep your friends close.
Take care, Miss Levier. Does she show up in the house now? Nope. Thank you for indulging in Mother's request. I can see meant a lot to her, and I shall refrain from inquiring as to the content of your private conversations. Our visit was all too brief for now, however, it will have to suffice. As will these tokens of home that we carry with us, these gifts to help us remember who we are and whence we came. But enough sentimentality. Let us return to the annex and rejoin our companions. Baldessian Annex. Potato. It's getting a little crowded in here. Enjoyed your time with the Leviers, I hope. I would ask about the twins about how the twins fared, but the new outfits tell the tale. Hope that we can help them reconcile with their father, that they might return home one day with their heads held high. In the meantime, we edge ever closer to the secret the Forum strives to hide, and the flower bequeathed to you by Highlanders should guide us going forward. Confident that once we heard your report from Thavnir, we equip to plan our next move. Since there have been progress in both investigations, shall we share the findings from our respective locales?
Your time in Thavnir has certainly been eventful. In my opinion, carrying out Vitra's request and assaulting the Tower of Zot should be our highest priority.
I agree. While I still have questions concerning the Forum and their grand undertaking, we have all but exhausted our avenues of investigation. Simply pressing them any harder on the subject will almost certainly result in our expulsion. Therefore, I suggest we explore the ethereal sea connection by way of a letter to Master Motoya, then make our way to Thavnir.
I wonder, even with the protection these talismans afford us, what can we hope to achieve once inside the tower? According to Orenvold and Frodola's report, they were unable to free the Emulger. Worse, Their attempts triggered the tower's defenses, which led to a summoning of Luna Ifrit.
What does it tell us that the Spires even have such defenses? Simply pulling a prisoner from the wall is fatal. Thus the direct approach is doomed to failure from the outset. Any further measures to dissuade such actions seem unnecessary. Unless, of course, there is a way to free the prisoners without killing them. Then it stands to reason that any intruders will be met with overwhelming force.
The towers appeared throughout the world in but the twinkling of an eye. 'Twas by magical means these structures were raised, I surmise. A spire thus conjured must needs be maintained. And I suspect an arcane catalyst, some manner of core, doth lie hidden within. Destroy the core, and the tower ceaseth to be, thus liberating the captives without harm.
So we can hope. And I would prefer to enter the tower with a working theory than with no plan at all.
Assuming Ishtola's reasoning is correct, the chances of the defenses remaining dormant are small to none. Any primals will have to be dealt with, and defeating one will likely only lead to the summoning of another. Our every victory will only compound the prisoner's suffering.
May we not then divide our forces? Those proficient in healing will focus on sustaining the captives. That duty can be covered by Urianger, Kryl, Yostola, and myself. The remaining Scions will proceed with the search for the core. Admittedly, this strategy puts both parties at greater risk, but it should bolster our chances of saving the Arcosodora by a considerable margin.
Yeah, are you sure Alpina was in the right group?
If you're to fight primals, then you'd best have at least one healer with you.
And I am more than happy to fulfill that role. I found wielding a sage's armament to be rather intuitive, and look forward to testing them against a more challenging foe.
It seems we have a plan. All that remains is to carry it out. I will inform Rads at Han of our movements, so let us make our preparations and regroup near the tower.
The military post in what's left of the Hamsa hatchery should serve as a convenient staging point.
That sounds perfect. And remember, the experimental aetherite at the confluence is there for those who need it, so there's no excuse for being late.
Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Dean! Oh, a friend from Eorzea. We've been expecting you. You and yours will lead the mission into the tower, I'm told. The warding skills will be delivered soon. Till then, please stand by at the boat we have ready. When your fellows arrive, I will direct them to join you. We pray for your safety and your success. The gang's all here. Is this the future of Aetherai travel? I think I'll stick to boats. Aye, no warning, however emphatic, could have prepared me for that. On account of which we are a little late, but fighting fit, mostly. For Sean. My friends, permit me to thank you for accepting this mission. You must be, we should still call you Varshan, I suppose. Indeed, would not do to confuse our soldiers. Very well then. For our part, we are humbled that you should see us fit to entrust with your warning scales. Please convey as much to His Excellency. One for each of you. Please accept them with my blessing. Oh, well, thanks. With these, we can go anywhere with those with the blessing of light can go. Not only for this operation either, but for all the ones to come. We can finally break your monopoly on primals. Oh, well, in that case, they're all yours from now on. Ah, but I'm afraid we can't let you retire just yet. You're the Scion's brightest star, after all. If anyone is amenable to it, let us review the strategy for good measure. As previously agreed, we will divide into two groups. Naren and his band will break through the tower's defenses and locate its core. Meanwhile, the rest of us will tend to the prisoners, who will doubtless want for healing due to the rest of repeated summonings. The primals which with the tower bringeth forth shall be deities of Thanarian myth. As we have no prior experience with such foes, pray exercise the utmost caution when confronting them. We commence the operation at your word, my friend. For the people of Thavnir, nay, the entire world, we must prevail. Let this first tower falling be the first of many. Alright, let's see if I can get a group. I'm not set up for unsync right now. Hey, there we go. Da, 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 na, 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 na. Da, na, da, na, da, na, na. Ah, we got a potato, a cat, and another Bunoi. A foul place this is. Let us proceed with caution. They seek to bar our path. The only way is through. Oh God, poor Nadana. I'll free you from this place, I promise. Since the great surge of ether as if... Oh, summoning hath begun. Those beastly masks, some newts that come to life. We will focus on sustaining the Alcasadora. The rest of you must keep going, onwards and upwards. Ow. Yeah, thought so. What about everyone else? This one's level 82. It's been farming this stuff. This one's 81 also. So I assume they've done this and they're just leveling up their other classes. Begone from our tower. Begone and become prey for the magus. Behold our ingenious magics. Dance, dance until death claims you. He wasn't paying attention, but that one's fire. So you've chosen defiance. Do 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 do. Oh god, dying. Let's stun a random enemy. Ah, I didn't activate Living Dead fast enough. Greed. Greed. I'm not gonna blame the healer for that. I've seen their gear. The tower must be protected. We will not let it fall. Expecting her to move after this. You will not steal away our prosperity. Hey, look! It's the Lancer old stripper move. There we go. Dang. Couldn't wave fast enough. We hear it. We heed it. The call to defend the tower. He's got a Final Fantasy IV spell at white magic cast animation, which is a neat little thing. It's always funny when enemies freeze you and decide to do something silly. If I alone cannot expel you, Oh, you know, it's usually always like late here. I don't get to get the daytime version of this. I really wish you did that a little closer so I could get the benefits of it. Oh. Dang. That's an easy pull, but I don't know why we died. I didn't get enough heals. That's why. Did you use mitts? Of course I used my mitts. How else am I supposed to keep my hands warm? Okay, we want to do the pool. Let's do the pool. Better not die this time, though. Can't just drop all my mitts. I gotta space them out and I gotta make sure I hold aggro. The core. No matter the cost, we must protect the tower. Harbingers elect, the Magus Sisters. Ba-da-ba. You persist in your desecration. Then face the full wrath of the Magus. Oh man, they're doing their Delta attack. Now it's ice. You gotta take out Cindy first, because then if you take out any of the other ones, she just rests them. Okay, now it's fire. One sister falls, the rest follow. I don't want to take her on this one. Let's make them all die on the jewels. It pleases my aesthetic. It pleases my OCD to have them all die where they stand. See? They all died where they stood. I got loot. I don't know what loot I got, but I got loot. And that means someone didn't get a comm. Ooh, I got the gunblade. Oh, that was it, just the gunblade. Yeah. Ah, I love the design of it. pleases the edgelord in me. No belief is sacred to these Telophoroi. Alphino? Welcome back to Alphino. No nimble fighters that gives them that. Seems to have been the limit to the tower's defenses. Oh, right, because everyone else is healing. From what I can tell, the summonings appear to be over.
Is everyone all right?
We fortified the captives with what magics we could. Have the defenses been disabled? All appears quiet for the moment.
The lower floors were disturbing enough, but this place feels wrong. The ether is heavy and thick, like wading through a quagmire.
So it's not Quagmire, it's Quagmire. Family Guy lied to me. Hey, Quagmire.
I believe we stand in the tower's beating heart. What sayest thou, Y'shtola?
I see it. Ether siphoned from the land runs up through the spire, flowing to a single point. This is the core we seek. Yet something is off. As large as this structure is, it siphons far more ether than is required to sustain it. 'Tis as if the core is feeding on the energy, consuming it. I need to take a closer look. There is something there, embedded inside the core. A man's limb.
This is what we came to destroy?
Yes, if you would be so kind.
Estenian! He's the Azure Dragoon.
And that should be the end of it.
Way to jinx it, Alphino.
What now?
Hey, wait, since we destroyed the core...
My theory that the tower might come crashing down following the core's destruction doth appear to be correct.
Bully for you! And how are we supposed to survive the fall?
Also, why didn't you tell us sooner?
What of the prisoners below?
The floor beneath our very feet dissolves. Brace yourselves!
I pray I'm not too late.
Oh, are we dead?
Oh, what happened? Where are we?
By my reckoning, we're still on the island where the tower stood. But 'tis as if it never existed. Hardly a scratch. But how?
Graha wove a levitation spell at the last moment. Large enough to catch everyone, it would seem.
And he did it.
That explains the lack of obvious injuries.
The expenditure of so much ether has taken its toll. He will need plenty of rest, but should otherwise be none the worse for wear.
Then the immediate problem is what to do with our new friends here. They'll be much changed for their time in the tower. Even if their bodies are intact, I doubt we could say the same for their minds.
Angelo and I will take care of that.
I have every faith in you, Alize, but there are just too many for you to treat alone.
We'll send at once to Eorzea for more Porksies, and call on the local mages to lend a hand.
Hail, Scions! We were watching the tower when it simply disappeared. What happened here?
Magic.
The threat is banished, and thy people delivered. They are, however, in need of treatment, and we of a secure locale and helping hands to assist us in its provision.
You shall have all this and more. Come, let us convey these unfortunate souls to the city.
Oh, thank God. Liberated prisoners are being transported to Razat Han for treatment. Alize and Y'shtola will oversee the administration of tempering treatment with support for those who know a healing spell or two. We'll go and join them in the city once you had a moment to catch your breath. Had enough rest, have you? You were never one for idle. Right. Well, Sean bade us to make a duta at our earliest convenience. This will join us there once they finish tending to the prisoners. Ah, wait, on second thought, you and the city should go on ahead. They make a quick detour by the great work. We have Graha and the alchemist care, you see. Best to fetch him before he's crammed into a specimen jar. It's you and me, then. The gods of the gate should wave us through. Ah, Honored Silence, you are free to enter at your leisure. As I cannot leave my post, I'm afraid you'll have to make your own way. If you require directions in the city, a station sentry at the fountain atop the steps should be glad to assist you. No, I think I'll just teleport. Though I've been to Rotterdam before, the place is a veritable maze. Rather than risking getting lost, we best ask for directions from the sentry at the fountain. Lead the way and don't expect me to act as your guide like Sentinel does. Do I have to speak to the guy? I know where to go. Ah, Master Niren, I presume. I understand that you're here for an audience with the satrap. If you require directions to Megaduta, I should be glad to provide them. Satrap's residence is located in Dharma, the highest part of Razathan. To get there, I would ordinarily recommend the route that takes you by the bazaars in the city's north. Due to the state of alert, however, most of the businesses are currently closed and the Aether are disabled. As such, I will provide you an alternate path. First, to ascend the steps next to this fountain, then continue left. There will be a few more steps, and upon ascending them, you will emerge at Paxa's path. Proceed through the large door on the right, and you will arrive in Revuda Fibers. Within you will find another sentry who will give you further guidance. In other words, we head up. Sounds straightforward enough. Wait, where are you going? Taking a shortcut, Estinian. Going to Megaduta, are you? In that case, please follow this hallway to my right and go through the door atop the stairs. You'll emerge at the entrance to the airship landing, where another sentry should be on hand to assist you. I just came from there. Incidentally, if you ascend the steps to either side of me, you'll find the workshop of the fibers. They're free to observe the artisans. Take care not to lose your way. I just came from there. And now I must go back. We are here for an airship. I'm afraid all flights have been suspended until further notice. So the state of alert is in effect. Perhaps it's for the best. That aside, we're not here for an airship. We have business at Megaduta. Oh, in that case, permit me to direct you. From here, it's quite simple. Really, ascend these steps, then continue straight forward across the bridge. You cannot miss it. Oh yeah? How about this? Wait, where are you going? That's not the way I told you. Greetings and welcome to the Megaduta. May I inquire your business? What members of the Sons of the Seventh Dawn come at the invitation of His Excellency? Ah, of course, we've been expecting you. I'll show you into the audience chamber if you would please follow me.
Are we the last to arrive? I hope we've not kept you waiting.
Not at all. Your comrade is feeling better, I trust.
Much better, thank you. Harness remedies are certainly potent, in more ways than one.
One becomes accustomed to the taste, although I hope you never have cause to do so. Pray, take your ease.
You get used to how horrible it tastes. Well, let's hope that never happens, though.
Full glad I am to see you all unharmed.
Glad to see you unharmed.
Valiant scions, for your heroism, you have my boundless gratitude. You cast down that dire tower and set free its hapless captives. You cleanse their souls of its corrupting influence. No words of thanks will suffice. In place of platitudes, I offer a bounty of warding scales. Pray accept your due reward, along with the goodwill of Radzathan.
Alchemists throughout the land were put to work in the forging of your talismans. The finished ones have been collected, and now await you at the High Crucible of Alchemia. Present this letter when you are ready to take them into your possession.
We are humbled by your generosity. Know that the inventive wisdom of Radzathan will be vital in restoring serenity to our star.
Every single one of those scales came from you, didn't they? You must still be in such pain.
'Tis of no moment. A mere annoyance compared to the dreadful suffering inflicted upon this land and its people.
Albeit brief, my involvement in the Dragonsong War afforded me a glimpse of the myriad sorrows which consumed both dragon and man. Though you were half a world away, such tragedies as befell your kin must have affected you deeply. And yet, you chose to live among men.
In the age when that conflict first bloomed, my choice had already been made. In some distant place, man slew dragon, and dragon slaughtered man. Yet no hate could I muster for those smiling faces which did look to me for guidance. Not even my brother's righteous rage could rally me to his cause. I huddled here, secret and still, hoping against hope that which I had built would remain untouched by the chaos and carnage.
Twould seem we share the same desire for peace, great Vritra. To that end, I wonder if we might trouble you with another question. The Telophoroi are intent on recreating the Final Days, an apocalyptic event which we know to predate the sundering of the star. As the longest lived among us, know you aught of this terrible cataclysm?
Nay. When war and strife drove my sire from his home, he crossed the great expanse with only our unhatched eggs as company. He alighted upon a shattered source, its 13 reflections long since scattered beyond the rift. Of events preceding his arrival, he knoweth naught, save that which Hydralin hath deigned to disclose.
I see. So again, 'tis the inscrutable Hydaelyn, to whom you must look for answers.
Seek you to divine the will of this star? If so, I have a tale which may afford you some small comfort. 'Tis a story from my youth, many, many years ago. To my sire, I once posed the question, of all the stars in the sky, why didst thou settle upon this one? To which Midgardsummer did reply, 'twas the last bastion of hope. He believed, so long as Hydaelyn endured, so too might dragonkind. Solemn and portentous were his words. What deeper meaning they held, I could not, dared not pursue. 'Tis a stone I've left unturned ever since. Yet take you solace in the knowledge that whatsoever Hydaelyn does strive towards, 'tis an ideal which hath earned my sire's conviction.
Thank you, Vritra. You've given us warm reassurance in a world gripped by cold uncertainty.
While I'm sure we all have a great many questions, I think it's time we collect the talismans and be on our way. Our fight against the Telophoroi is far from finished.
We must take our leave, but please do inform us if we can provide any further assistance.
Prithee, a moment. There is one whom my sire hath judged worthy of honor and respect. The one known to men as Eorzea's champion. This hero of renown and rumor, 'tis thee.
I only wish that he'd be here with us now.
I
kind of miss him.
His clash with Omega and the long slumber which was his price. Yet even closed in sleep, my father's eyes are far from blind. He is watching over thee, watching over this world. 'Twas a revelation most pleasing that thou, a child of man, had gained Midgardsummer's trust. But alongside mine elation runneth a rivulet of dread. For upon thy life's reel wind too many threads of fate, power, weal enmeshed with woe. Amidst this tangled knot thou shalt know no rest. 'Tis an endless confluence of forces, a struggle without surcease. More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence.
Oh, don't. Ow.
Take heart and protect them well. They will be your strength and your salvation. Even cowering behind my curtain, I know the suffering of the powerful. I have watched my siblings driven mad by loss. Thus do I exhort thee to spare no effort to keep thy loved ones safe.
Apologies. We hadn't meant to interrupt.
It's just that we do have a history of suddenly collapsing, and when you didn't follow us out...
'Tis I who must apologize. I have detained your champion overlong with idle chatter. Go. At war's end, I pray I welcome thee back into my hall, where together with thy joyful comrades, you may toast your triumph.
Thank you, Vitra. So, what were you and Vitra talking about? Ah, that's a secret. Nothing. Very well, if you say so. The others have gone ahead to High Crucible. Let's catch up with them. The attendant was kind enough to give me directions to the High Crucible. First, let's return to Mulberry Orchid. Man. Oh, fun fact. There was never an Aetheryte here until partway through the Mandeville questline for the weapons here, because people would have to teleport to Aetheryte Plaza, went all the way over, go here, and so they just stuck an Aetheryte here just to make things easier for people. So here we're supposed to follow to the left past the mulberries. Where the street turns, enter the door straight ahead and descend the steps. Sacrestarian was confusing, but it doesn't even compare to Razatan. The architecture and decorations make it even harder to get your bearings. Anyway, let's see where this door takes us. And here's the Aetheryte Plaza. So far so good, there isn't much further to go. From here we just need to cross to the other side of the hall, pass through two large doorways, the High Crucible lies beyond. I suspect the others have already collected the warding scales. Come, let us join them. Just outside. If they were inside, I could just use the Aetheryte. Well, last, of course, but at least we found the place.
These are the talismans we were promised.
Yes, and I made a quick count. There are far more than we could have hoped for. Enough to outfit an entire company of soldiers, in fact. Considering the involved process, that they were able to manufacture so many in such a short span of time is nothing short of a miracle.
Once we have distributed them to our allies in Eorzea and the Far East, we'll have a fighting chance to bring down the other spires, just as we did with the Tower of Zot.
Or we could use them to invade Garlemald proper, and strike directly at the Telophoroid's base of operations. Of course, we would need to consult with various Alliance leaders before such a drastic measure could even be contemplated. To which end, I could set out forthwith and present the idea to each of our allies in person.
Pray allow me to undertake some few of those journeys. I find myself restless and in need of purposeful duties.
I can head eastward. Bosnia and Dalmasca are just a short hop from here. And Doma's shinobi network should come in handy for passing on the word.
We shall share the burden then. Meanwhile, I think it best that you and the others take the talismans back to the Baldessian Annex. We must keep them safe and secure until we've decided upon a course of action.
Yes, ma'am.
Please, I must speak with you.
Nidana, you're awake.
Yes. When I spoke with the carer at my bedside, she told me that one of the scions, a young woman, had cleansed me of the tower's corruption. It seems I'd been asleep ever since the treatment. But when I awoke and learned you were all still here, I knew I had to go.
As you said, Nidana was captured only recently. Such a brief exposure is swiftly cured, so I tended to her before we gathered at Megaduta.
And I am truly grateful that you did. I cannot thank you enough. All of you, for everything you've done. Destroying the tower, rescuing our people. You've saved Thavnair from an awful fate.
Yet who hath truly saved whom? Due in no small part to thine inspirational courage, the alchemists were successful in reproducing warding scales of proven efficacy. Replications of thy work now stand ready to travel across the seas, unto the hands of those who might wield them against this rising evil.
The talisman? Is this true? I was so groggy from sleep, I didn't even think to ask. Oh, our great work sent across the seas. It was worth it. Oh, it was all worth it.
Hey, it's a different color.
Look at that. Its color is completely changed.
What do you have there?
A flower.
How unusual. I wonder if the effect is a reaction to Akasha.
I'm afraid I'm not familiar with that term.
Akasha?
It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory. Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feelings.
You imply that it is distinct from ether?
Us foreign scholars often conflate the two, but we see them as separate concepts. Ether is an energy which permeates the land. It exists within animals, objects, even the air we breathe, affecting all through which it flows. Akasha, on the other hand, exists in a domain beyond our reach. A gift bestowed from on high, or torn from the heavens in some traditions. Akasha can neither be created nor destroyed. It is beyond our power to purposefully alter or manipulate. The only thing observed to influence it is an abundance of, I want to say, spiritual emotion. As a veteran of the battlefield, surely you've experienced moments of desperation or exaltation when you've transcended the usual limits of your capabilities. That is a manifestation of Akasha, the invisible essence harnessed by heart, mind, and unyielding spirit.
I really must hear more about this theory. Our disciplines are based entirely upon the idea that ether is the fundamental form of all energy.
I'm glad my haphazard explanation has piqued your interest. But even for us, Akasha is a somewhat abstract field of study. A lack of practical application lends itself poorly to formalized research. Which is why my analysis of your flower can amount to little more than idle speculation. I am sorry.
Nonsense! You have nothing to be sorry for. Your insight is much appreciated.
Shall we depart for Sharlayan then? I will see to it that the talismans arrive at the Annex.
And we will be in touch once our talks are concluded. I suggest you rest while you can. From here onward, sleep is bound to be in short supply.
To the Baldessian Annex. I don't know why my brain was not working at that part. It's like I couldn't fathom that I had to I was on the teleport page. Just starting to doze a bit there. The song was very relaxing. But I gotta keep going. I gotta reach a certain point before I can call for it today. Stuck. Oh, friend. Friend. Circle of friendship. It's good to be back with the fruits of our labor safely in storage. For now, we have to wait for the others to return from their respective meetings with the Alliance leaders. As Secret suggested, you should get some rest in the meantime. Welcome back, Naren. Crowd apprised me of your recent accomplishments. What an amazing feat to eliminate a tower and pave the way to deal with the rest. While it isn't much, I've changed your sheets and pumped your pillow. After all, there's nothing like collapsing to a nice clean bed after completing a major milestone, be it penning a thesis or defeating deiform entities. So, would you like to take a look at your new improved lodgings now? Yes. Yes, I would. Yes, indeedy. Alright, let's put you there. Since you're not going to wilt, I don't have to put you in a vase of water.
Take heart and protect them well.
Yeah, hi.
Good, you're here. You haven't eaten yet, have you?
No.
We've bought quite a spread if you're interested. Only the finest dining from the last stand.
Burger. Bunger. Gratia's got his burger. Where'd all the budget go? Into that burger.
Lest you wonder, we invited Estinian as well. But he refused with a rather grim-faced, "No, thank you." I suspect Sharlayan cuisine is not to his liking.
Oh, I don't know about that. Perhaps our lone wolf just needed some time apart.
What? To perfect his brooding stare? Next time, I'll drag him out by the ear, sit him down in front of a Sharlayan feast, and see that he eats every last bite.
An excellent idea. Of all people, warriors must take proper meals and rest, if they are to maintain a healthy constitution.
Poor Estinian, beset on all sides.
Speaking of one's physical condition, Mistress Quile, I hear you've recently played literal host to Hydaelyn herself.
And what an experience that was. Tiring, yes, but no lasting harm done. If anything, I should have liked to speak with her longer. I've not felt a hint of her presence since.
Hydaelyn instructed you to carry that flower, yes?
Pizza. I see pizza. Yes, she did.
'Twill be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. And then something about seeking joy in darkness, was it? Come to think of it, isn't that what happened with Nidana back in Radzat-Han?
The flower did seem to radiate a joyful glow, as if reflecting the elation we all felt. The relief of a people with renewed hope.
Burger.
Indeed. And in turn, I felt buoyed by that radiance. 'Twas akin to spotting a beacon, and knowing we were on the right path. I know we've not yet triumphed over the Tlofuroi, or learned the full breadth of the Forum's plans. But even within the midst of our struggles, we find small moments of joy to sustain us. Rare and hard-won perhaps, but it is this pursuit of happiness that gives us the strength to carry on day after day.
Hey, that's mine.
To the swift the spoils. Though I recall that levitation spell of yours was quick enough.
Hey, that's my cookie.
Only barely. And even at my best, I'm still too slow to wield it effectively in battle. Mayhap I simply require more practice with this new magic.
You unearthed it from the depths of Numenon, I presume?
Aye, and from a veritable mountain of arcane tomes at that. 'Twas necessary to facilitate my solitary explorations.
Or, to put it simply, you used it to sneak around the Forbidden Archives.
Yes, well, after a fashion. They're tall, you see. The shelves, they're too tall for me. And I could hardly move the library's platforms without attracting attention now, could I?
Short kings rise up.
Oh.
That pickle is still there. So, shall we call it a night, guys?
One last cup of tea, then. Dickon said this brew helps relax the mind before bed. And gave us some leaves for free.
Now he notices the pickle. He's like, where'd the pickle come from? Oh, it's glowing green now.
Enjoying the bracing cold, I see. Do you not own a warm coat or a cloak? Something in fur? Or fashioned from the skins of your enemies? Or... well, never mind that. I come to you once more as the bearer of bad news. Our tower in Thavnir has been toppled, and I need not tell you by whom. Given how many we have at our disposal, the loss of a single spire is hardly fatal to our plans. It does, however, slow the rate at which we siphon the ether. If they continue to preoccupy themselves with the towers, then all will be well. But should our foe prove bold enough to strike at us here, then the timing becomes... questionable.
Our foe is bold enough. Of that, I can assure you.
Yes, very well then. I suppose I must prepare a proper welcome. Honestly, talk of your nemesis is the only thing you seem to enjoy. Does nothing else spark your interest?
No. All else is... equal. Equally tedious. Equally disappointing. The world is a tepid bog into which we sink, too weak to thrash as the mud clings to our eyes and fills our throats till we blissfully choke. But then came the light. Blinding and pure and hot. So very hot. Enough to set my soul aflame. I basked in the afterglow until the void yawned once more. And then I knew the muck would never claim me again. There was naught for me ahead, so I drew the curtain on all that had come before. Burn. Burn. Let the whole star burn. I will have my contest. I will reclaim my moment.
How wonderful that the emptiness of death has not dissuaded you from committing your life to its pursuit once more. I don't know whether to envy you or pity you.
You question my disinterest, but what of yours? Despite your noisome antics, I sense you take little pleasure in this endeavor.
Mercy, my lord. Such pointed barbs from one who barely acknowledges my existence. Nevertheless, you are mistaken. For I do find this part somewhat enjoyable. You see, when I was mortal, I would always have the same dream. It was a fragmented thing, disjointed, all the faces incomplete. The setting, too, was unknown to me, so I thought it simply a fantasy of my sleeping mind. Until one day, I realized it was showing me the truth. Much as your dream of the final days enlightened you. And soon, very soon, the rest of the world will see the truth of my dream, too. Yes, I think that is something we can both enjoy.
Oh, there she goes. Ah, there you are. Actually, no. I don't need a mentor. I can do it myself. Blam. Oh, there you are. Feeling refreshed, I hope. I was about to make my way to the studio as it happens. I want to try and speak with Scarlet Monteshane about and thank him for coming to our rescue in the Rostra. As it turned out, he'd come to see us following the hearing, only to find out we'd already departed with Fafnir. Knowing him, he was probably hoping to chew the cud with his former students. As we're still waiting for Retold and the others, I thought now was the perfect time to pay him a visit. Care to join me? That's so then. The twins will be coming too, assuming Alphanel can tear himself away from his new toys. I'll each rally the troops while I go on ahead to Phenomenon. Considering my recent impropriety, perhaps I should avoid showing my face around the studio for a time. That might be for the best. The others return. I tell them we will not be long. Heading out for a stroll? Actually, we're heading to the studio to talk with Monteshane. The Skalk himself is here. In that case, what are we waiting for? I too am eager to see him, though I am somewhat dread the thought of visiting the studio. I dare say our notoriety precedes us. Alpha of all people worrying over his reputation, and that our alma mater, no less. But wonders never cease. You'll understand soon enough. Off we go. Here it is, Phenomenon. While I expect you to make note of it before, one can hardly miss it. This is the first time you've been here on official business, correct? While most of the space is taken up by expensive auditoriums, it also houses numerous laboratories, testing grounds for experimental magics, and a host of administrative offices and so forth. As the center of what would later become the studium, it was established to promote the study of aetherological phenomena, hence the name. Though with ether being a fundamental aspect of nature, its scope expanded to include every conceivable facet of life, and even the universe itself. And then, in the 432nd year of the 6th Astral Era, Phenomena was decreed complete and the studium officially opened as a place of learning. With long and storied history, it is without question the world's leading authority in aetherology, the arcane, the occult, astromancy, and countless other fields, standing proud as Sharlayan's foremost educational institute. I always did enjoy giving the grand tour to new students. Indeed, I've long since track of how many times he recited the same foppish speech, such his undying love for his old stomping ground. He was in top form back then, youngest to enter the studium, graduated with the highest honors in magical arts and aetherology, undisputed champion of the debating chamber. Hold on, you both joined the studium at the same age, yes? And from where I stand, you're equally prodigious scholars. Nice to say, but Alpino actually entered half a year before me, nor did I do well enough to graduate with honors. I'm certainly not the studium's most notorious master debater. In all respects, I have ever been in his shadow. Nothing else, just remember that this is where the legend of Alpino Levieur began. We should expect everyone to be fully aware of our recent escapades. Hopefully, we'll be somewhat more welcomed here than the last stand. No better than anyone the adoration the student body has for Alpino, and with a bit of luck, it might work to our advantage. Sounds good. Well, there's no time like the present. First things first, let's look for Scarlock Monteshane. Other faculty tend to frequent their offices, but unfortunately for us, he's fond of wandering wheresoever his whims take him. Let's split up and ask the students if they've seen him. That was Alpino Levieur, was it? The Alpino Levieur! And he's with his sister, Master Baldessian's granddaughter. Well, this could only be one thing. An event of epoch-shattering proportions is fast approaching. Spread the word. Oh, sorry. You said to be looking for the Skark, yes? But knowing him, he could be anywhere. But Mistress Eliapo should have a better idea. Are you lost? Wandering off the streets, perhaps? Wait, don't tell me. You're a trainee gleaner fresh off the guild ship. I'm right, aren't I? Oh, silly me, orientation is in order. Allow me to bid you welcome to the Searchers' Meet. Let me start with a question. What is the most important thing you find in the studium? That's right, books! And what's the second most important? Why, that's simple. Everything else! That's what we deal here at Searchers' Meet. Wherever the students and tutors find themselves in need of equipment or materials, they come to us. If we don't have it in the stores, we send the gleaners off to find it. Honestly, you wouldn't believe some of the requests we get. Eye of Paisa this, tongue of Gigantoad that. It's enough to make your hair stand on end, which is possibly what some of the other students are trying to accomplish, this being a school of magic and all. As our newest gleaner, you'll have the work cut out for you, but I think you'll find it quite rewarding. The only thing I'm interested in gleaning is information on the Skarlock's whereabouts. I beg your pudding, you're not a gleaner, then but this was all an elaborate ruse. No wait, come to think of it, you'd actually claimed to be one in the first place. My mistake. He was here, but now he's not. I did speak with him shortly before you arrived. He said he was on his way to make his meet. Go back the way you came in, you'll see the opposite side of the entrance. It's a laboratory source, home to many rare and expensive curios, not to mention alarmingly frequent accidents. If you lose a way, just follow the blood-curdling screams. Huh. So I've taken to tell you all this. The scholar probably already left. Best luck finding him. I have a feeling you'll need it. Yeah, I'll tell your sisters I said hi. Oh. Everyone's cheering for Alpha now. Oh, I wonder. Wait, is this post? Oh yeah, this is all post stuff. Yeah, look, there's a little doodad. Yes, the scholar was here a short while ago. He offered me advice on my current research project. Though we spoke at length, I don't recall him mentioning where he was planning to go next. When we parted ways, he headed down the corridor, perhaps to one of the auditoriums. There he is. Hold it right there, sir.
Ah, I remember you.
I pray we have not caught you at an inopportune moment. We wanted to offer our thanks for your kind words in the forum.
Well, I could hardly let that Inquisition go unchallenged. I've always believed that curiosity should be nurtured, not stifled. Thankfully, a majority of my colleagues agreed. A slender majority, aye, but a majority nonetheless.
Had the vote not gone our way, we would be having a very different conversation, if any at all. Though I'd like to think you would have not given up on our cause. I'm told you paid a visit to the Annex afterwards.
Yes, that's right. I was hoping to speak with the grandchildren of my dearly departed friends Garlean and Louisoix in a less dour setting. But it seems I just missed you. I still can't believe how much you've grown. If only your grandsires could have seen the way you presented yourselves to the Forum. Why, it fair brought a tear to my own eye. You must have the patience of a saint, putting up with this lot and their antics. Never mind Matoya's prize student. Luckily, I know a thing or two about managing unruly younglings. If you ever need advice, don't hesitate to ask.
Yes, sir.
If I may, there is a rather more pressing matter we wish to discuss. What can you tell us of this duty that the Forum must fulfill?
Nothing, I'm afraid. Like all humble servants of the Forum, I am sworn to secrecy. Or rather, I couldn't tell you if I tried. Our duty is of the gravest importance. Furthermore, if the particulars were made public, it would incite widespread panic. As such, those entrusted with this duty have been bound by an enchantment, which prevents us from speaking of such matters without the express permission of the Forum.
How is that even possible?
It's been some time since I last gave a lecture. Please, Take a seat. We shall begin by reviewing the fundamentals of etherology. The ether, which imbues us with life, can be categorized into 3 forms. 2 are of the incorporeal sort, the soul, and the memory. Can anyone tell me the third?
Corporeal ether.
Yes, very good. This is the form with which the layman is most familiar. Consumed by even the simplest of daily activities, and replenished by the food and drink that sustain us, this form of ether is in constant flux. In contrast, the ether that comprises the soul is rarely subject to dramatic change. The same can be said for memory, as the two are intrinsically linked. Picture the soul as paper, and memories as words written upon it. Now, what would happen if that paper was doused with ink? The same type of ether as comprises the memories.
It would blot out everything that was written.
Precisely. We would be unable to recall the memories, and any activities that depend upon them would be hindered as well. In fact, this exact phenomenon was observed on a vast scale not so long ago. And what might that have been?
The 7th Umbral Calamity. The people of Eorzea vividly recall Bahamut breaking free of the Lesser Moon and raining hellfire down upon the realm. But no one could seem to remember the events that followed immediately afterwards.
Indeed. To this day, we have yet to determine whether it was an unintended consequence or a deliberate act. The enchantment which binds me and the rest of the Forum is based on a similar principle. And yes, it is a contravention of the Sharlayan prohibition against the practice of memory manipulation. Only when a new member is inducted and told of our great duty are they subjected to the process. A necessary evil. You have my word that it would never be used to manipulate the populace?
I should hope not. But can this enchantment be dispelled and your memories restored?
If 9/10 of our members give their approval, then the process may be reversed. Then, and only then, would we be able to speak freely to others of our sacred duty. Barring that, we must wait until we return to the ethereal sea. For there we will be purified, the blots upon our souls washed clean. our memories drift apart and dissolve. Rather defeating the purpose, I suppose. But there are those memories that are indelibly etched upon our souls, some believe.
What happens after that?
We are reduced to pure ether, coalesce with that of others, and create souls anew. Alternative schools of thought assert souls remain whole and return to the corporeal world, reborn into another form. Both theories have their proponents. Personally, I consider each equally probable. Well, I think that's enough education for today, now that I've given you some food for thought. Or rather, an entire banquet. I would remind you that although I'm unable to assist you with certain matters, the resources at my disposal may still be of use to you. I'll arrange for you all to be given the run of Phenomenon. Of course, as associate to our alumni and the students of Baldessian, this privilege is extended to you as well, my friend. Oh, and I suggest you speak with Ki Aliapo. She's well known among the artisans of Sharlayan, and her network of contacts may prove useful in your search for knowledge. I wish you all the best in your pursuits, wheresoever they may take you.
Oh, that's giving me much to mull over. Feel as though we're one step closer to understanding the form's true motives, and the mysteries of life itself, for good measure. It's funny. I came here with the intent to express my gratitude, only to leave more indebted than before. A feeling his friendship and support will be a great boon to us in the days to come. And on that note, let's head back to the annex. Perhaps on the way you could acquaint yourself with Kia Liapo, as the scholar suggested, while I share our findings with Raha. Ah, welcome back. From what I hear, your trip to the studio proved most educational. While you were away, I received word from our fellow Scions. As expected, news of the Warning Scales was met with much joy. Preparations are now underway to bring the leadership of the Grand Company of Eorzea and the Eastern Alliance together to determine a way forward. Our friends have asked that we bring the scales in our possession to Limsa Lominsa. So the time has come for us to go on the offensive. It's too early to say for certain, but it does seem that way that the winds are blowing. I, for one, can't think of a reason to suppose such a plan. But let's see what awaits us in Vilbrand. Let's stop getting the scales out of storage. Give me a hand, would you, Estinian? I didn't realize these crates were so heavy. I shouldn't complain though. Beecher and the other alchemists of great work put their heart and soul into each and every one of these scales, so you must treat them with the utmost care. Are you not coming with us? As much as I would like to escape the Forum's watchful gaze, I have little choice but to stay behind. We're already on thin ice, and if I, in my capacity as our official representative, found to be consorting with foreign powers, well, you can imagine how that would go. I shall remain here and do my utmost to avoid ruffling any more feathers as I await word from Master Matoya and our other allies. With any luck, we shall have our own news to share. The tide is about to turn. I can feel it. Talimsa Luminsa. Was that the person? No. I was told to expect you, man. I was pressing me with the yep. My apologies for calling away from Sharlayan on such short notice. On the contrary, we are honored and grateful, and pleasantly surprised to be joined by such esteemed company. 'Twas only right that the discussion be conducted in person. We are locked in a war of attrition. Our forces struggle to contain the threat posed by the towers. It is only a matter of time before we are overwhelmed. Victory will only be claimed through decisive action. We have taken the initiative to set the wheels in motion. It is reassuring to learn we are all in accord. But might I ask what your plan entails? It hinges entirely on the warding scales and our ability to utilize their potential to the fullest. During our time in Sharlayan, the allied nations have been engaged on separate fronts with no end in sight. To make matters worse, the surge in abductions of kobolds, Hagen, Ixal, and Anata have been given rise to an increasing number of primals as well. But our triumph in Razat Han, shooting star, gave us cause to hope once more. The time has come to free ourselves of this menace. It is you, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, who have shown us the way. While the bulk of our forces continue to hold the Telophoroi at bay, we will dispatch our finest to strike at the enemy's heart, Garlemald. These brave few will be the Yosabad contingent. To think such progress had been made in so short a span. Its objectives are twofold. The first is to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. As previously reported, countless Imperial soldiers and citizens have been tempered. Robbed of their free will, they serve the Telophoroi's every whim without question. They too are victims. It is our duty to deliver them from their suffering, not for strategic or political gain, but because it is the right thing to do. I do not ask that we set aside decades of conflict and conquest, that we simply choose to forgive and forget. I only ask that in choosing to remember, we do not also forsake our compassion and morality, for without that there can be no reconciliation, only death without end. Aye, on that we can all agree. Our second objective is the colossal tower that Thancred and Orion observed in the capital. Though its purpose remains unclear, there's a reason to believe that the smaller spires are merely a precursor of what's to come. Though the Tower of Zot was toppled, we failed to make any headway. That could be the same said of the Telophoroi. They are certainly in no rush to press further into our lands. Either way, the Spire's primary purpose is to divide and keep us occupied while they work towards our annihilation. This would appear to be substantiated by Yustola's analysis of the Tower's influence on the aether currents. Based on our operation inside the Tower of Zot, the Spire siphon aether from the land, consuming it to maintain their form. However, they draw forth more than is required for this task alone. The excess of ether remains unaccounted for, but we can be sure it is not being harnessed for our benefit. Wouldn't be surprised in the least if it was being redirected to the largest spire in the capital. There's logic in that, regardless once we have uncovered the truth. Bring their schemes crashing down along with their infernal towers. That's all well and good. What do you have us do? Seems more than handing over scales and being on our way. We want you and your scales to join the Isambard contingent. Considering an official request both from the Grand Company of Eorzea and the Eastern Alliance, did you accept? Perhaps you should be the one to answer that. Well, it's going to be one hell of a homecoming for the people of Garlemald. I'm going to put it better myself. You still have Thancred and Urianger have pledged to support and are on their way to meet the rest of the contingent. They were positive you would come to the same decision as they did. Luckily for all involved, their prediction was correct. Once you've delivered the warning scales to Alamigo, the contingent will embark on this journey to Ilsabad. Ralban and Lord Amric are overseeing preparations, so I suggest you make yourselves known upon arrival. Pack warm clothing, furs and the like. That the cold will do you in before the Telophoroi so much as draw steel. As for us, we'll keep the enemy busy while you're gone. Not the only ones who can create a diversion. Now go, safe in the knowledge Eorzea will be as you left it, or better, upon your return. Oh, the Wanderer's return. You've been busy bringing down a tower and producing the keys to destroying the rest of them. You should be proud. Those warding skills of yours are what's made this whole adventure possible. Will you and Lord Armic be leading the contingent? Regrettably, no. Our role is to organize the various delegations into a cohesive unit. Once we've seen you all off, it's back to our respective posts. We dare not neglect our duties for too long, lest our defensive efforts fall into disarray. And just between us, there was a fair amount of opposition to the formation of the Ulsterbard contingent. The very suggesting that we send some of our finest troops behind enemy lines to render aid unto the Garleans has made me rather unpopular in certain quarters. Can't please them all. Sadly not, though I do my best. Truth be told, I'd rather much be at your side charging into the fray. Alas, I've battles of my own to fight, where words may serve better than any blade. I hate to say it, but Lord Emmerich struggles mirror my own. For the time being, the best we can offer you is peace of mind from knowing Ozia's in safe hands. As you fight for the good, fight the good fight in Ulsterbard, while the other commanders will do what we can to convince the naysayers that our cause is just. Thank you, both of you. We meet again. We meet again. Much has occurred since we parted ways in Werlet. From what I gather, the protective talismans you obtained led to the formation of this expeditionary force. My contribution on this occasion is but a minor one, that being information I shared with Maxima. For the sake of the people of Garlemald, may the fates be on your side. So you're not coming with us. Strange, thought you'd have a stake in this. I do. The Telofroi laid waste to my homeland and enslaved my people. But every mode of my being cries for vengeance. I cannot be the one to deliver it. My presence alone would place the entire mission in jeopardy. I stand accused of murdering Emperor Varus and plunging Garlemald into chaos. Were I to travel with the Ulsterbard contingent, it would give my countrymen ample cause to question our motives. Conversely, those who believe me innocent may instead celebrate the return of a former legatus and attempt to raise me to a position of leadership, further destabilizing the region and complicating the contingent's mission. Whether I'm branded a villain or hailed as a hero, I would only hinder your efforts. I understand. Well, it is in your hands. And I will defend it to my dying breath. After the sacrifices my sons and daughters made, I can do no less. And I and the government of Werlet intend to offer refuge to those fleeing Garlemald. Should the time come, we will be ready. In light of Gaius' rather ununique circumstances, I instead will assume the role of your guide. Though I may have defected for political reasons, my love for Garlemald endures. I'll stop at nothing to protect her and her people. Well said. Might I ask that you escort our friends inside? You might even bump into an old acquaintance or two. And if I don't see you again ere you depart, may the Fury guide and protect you. All of you. Good to be working with the Garleans again. Well, Maxima. The other members of the Ulsterbard contingent are gathered in the Royal Palace. I shall inform them of your arrival, so please make your way inside as soon as you are ready. Yep, please let me in.
By the 12.
Glad you could join us. I hope you don't mind, but we went ahead and started without you.
As you can imagine, our traveling companions were eager to become acquainted. 'Tis a rare thing indeed to see such a diverse and talented group of individuals assembled for a single purpose. We fight not only for the sake of Eorzea, but for the entire world, including the people of Garlemald. Much rides on the efforts of the Ilzabard contingent.
I see some people from the Marauders Guild, from the Scholar quest line, Foopaloopa and his brothers. Pippin's here. I said Foopaloopa. Foopaloopa's the one in green, the Lalafell, not the one on the left, the one on the right. Kokobusa. No, that's the younger brother that can't do magic. The Black Mages. Sorry, the Thaumaturgus Guild. The guy who teaches you how to be a dragoon.
Indeed, which is why I am glad to find myself in the company of many trusted comrades, yourselves included.
Lucia!
Lucia! I have come at the behest of Lord Emmerich, who has honored me with the role of Ishgard's representative. And for the good of all nations, not least my former homeland, I am determined to see this mission through to its end. We have a hard road ahead of us, but walk it we shall, together.
We too welcome this opportunity to work together once more. I have faith that, if there is a way to resolve this conflict, we will find it.
Allow me to introduce you to the rest of our company. Everyone! If I may have your attention.
You know, I noticed in her hair she has a bit of a yellow streak. It's synchronized. I mean, Lisa's here. And Kane's brother.
Might I ask you to speak first?
What's his name again? Rayo?
If I must.
Arun Senna.
I am Arun Senna, spokesman for the Gridanian delegation. Here on behalf of my esteemed sister, the Elder Seedseer, we shall provide support and protection to those in need during our time in Garlemald.
He's powerful because he's got hentai protagonist powers.
To that end, I am joined by healers selected by the Conjurers Guild, with the Order of the Twin Adder's Finest serving as our escort. Of course, with an experienced white mage such as yourself accompanying us as well, those requiring more involved treatment will be in safe hands. Raya O sends her regards, by the way.
Yeah, I don't feel like wielding white magic this time.
Suppose I'd better say my piece.
Sickard.
Wait, I know you. The name's Sickard, in case you've forgotten. Truth be told, I'd rather you had forgotten. Any road, the Admiral asked Captain Hillfear to send his best, and for whatever reason, he picked me. Of course, if I'd refused, I'd be the laughing stock of the bloody executioners, and my reputation's taken enough of a keyhauling as it is. But more importantly, like any pirate worth his salt, I know when you're staring down a storm, you gotta trust in the commander of your ship. So if the Admiral wants us to go to Garlemald, not for plunder and glory, but a promise of peace in our time, then that's what we'll do. Since we all know how much the Empire loves its steel, we thought we'd bring along a few smiths to make the most of it. Give them a pile of scrap and they'll cobble together anything you fancy. Of course, just like the Gridanians, we got fighters of our own. We might have come with a more constructive purpose in mind, but we're more than capable of cracking skulls, believe you me.
Well, you're certainly raring to go. But then again, so are we.
The most dependable warriors of Uldar and Alamigo have assembled at the Sultana and General Aldin's behest. If Garlemald has truly fallen, then the whole place is likely to be crawling with Telophoroi. We'll need plenty of troops to clear and hold a path for others to follow. That's where we come in. Naturally, Marshal Tarapin and I will be leading from the front.
It's been some time since I last saw you in your element on the battlefield.
From what I've heard, you've become pretty fearsome yourself. Master Matoya? The Avatar of Destruction?
You motherfuckers. Oh, I don't know what you're talking about.
With comrades like these, I know we'll succeed, no matter what awaits us. And then we might finally get a chance to enjoy a good long rest. But until then, let's give it our all.
As for Ishgard, we Temple Knights have come in force to uphold our nation's commitment to the peace and welfare of our allies. The bitter cold of Garlemald is a formidable enemy in of itself. Our experience fighting in ice and snow will prove invaluable in the days ahead. Accordingly, I have been designated commander of the Ilzabad contingent. I will do all in my power to provide you with the leadership and guidance you require.
Unfortunately, they still couldn't handle big crowds. If you pay attention to the background, everybody is stiff as a board.
The four high houses, House Hylinart foremost among them, have arranged for a host of machinists to join us on our mission. Their knowledge of Imperial Magitech is sure to be a great boon. They will address any problems of a technical nature, together with the smiths of Limpsa Lomitsa. There is another awaiting introduction.
Lord Emanolain?
Ah, yes. Emanolain de Forton, at your service. Though, lest there be any misunderstanding, I should stress that I've not become a fearsome warrior while you were away. Rather, far from it, actually. My brother, in his infinite wisdom, decided this would be an excellent chance to make something of myself. Oh, and fight for world peace and all that. But, should the opportunity arise for a spot of ballroom dancing, I will be your twinkle-toed gentleman of light.
May your graceful prancing lead the way to victory.
Huzzah! I cannot wait to regale Honoroa with my tales of daring-do.
I believe that concludes introductions for the Grand Company of Eorzea. Our allies from the Eastern Alliance were due to arrive some time ago, but it would appear they have been delayed.
Would that be the shinobi of Doma?
Actually, they've been tasked with relaying messages back and forth between the various Eastern nations. According to Lord Hien, however, an equally capable company of warriors has been sent in their stead.
Out of my way, you preening fool!
Forgive us for coming late. We are the delegates of the Eastern Alliance.
Cyrena, and you've brought company.
For battle and blood we come, as the steppe is sorely lacking in both. No towers befoul our lands, so we marched on those of Doma, only to find them beyond our reach. But now our thirst for slaughter will be slaked. No quarter to the enemy!
Sadu Hatun, no. We go to make peace with the Iron Men, not war.
Warriors of the Steppe, we've heard many tales of your bravery. We welcome you as allies. And these other ones you have brought are...
Members of the Dalmascan resistance group, Lente's Tears.
Hey guys.
And the Bosnian resistance. Between them, they have a wealth of experience in espionage, and are particularly adept at infiltrating Imperial facilities. Which is fortuitous, since Garlemald's domain is so vast that I could never hope to handle reconnaissance duties all by myself.
Dalmasca, Bosnia, Alamigo. All lands which have suffered the tyranny of the Empire. I would never presume to question your motives. Nevertheless, I must reiterate that our goal is to aid the victims of the Telophoroi, the common folk of Garlemald. And they are victims, make no mistake. Though I understand that many may struggle to see them as such.
You're more right than you know. For every one of us that answered the call, there were a dozen that refused. Not only in Alamigo, but everywhere we went. And who could blame them? The Empire's always been the enemy. But after seeing what we've seen, fighting and working against and with Garleans, there's no denying the simple truth. They're just people. No different from you or I. They've got their share of liars and murderers, but so do we. So do we all. Fordola, who once swore herself to Garlemald, has proven herself a trusted ally time and time again. Every Eorzean here knows Cid Garland, the Imperial defector who shared with us countless technological wonders. Gaius bloody Baelsar himself is working to help rebuild Werlid, a nation he once conquered. So you can believe me when I say that every fighter here understands and accepts that the Imperials are not monsters and are deserving of help. Or at least that they were able to put aside their feelings for the greater good. It won't be easy, but we're all determined to make this world a better place.
What lingering concerns I may have had were clearly unwarranted. I agree with everything you said wholeheartedly.
Then we are in accord. Now, let us review our strategy. To reach the Garlean capital in northern Ilsabard, we must cross the central mountain range. Fortunately, Garland Ironworks can provide aerial transport, sparing us this most treacherous part of our journey. However, attempting to fly any closer to Garlemald would attract the attention of the Telophoroi. As they appear to have seized control of the majority of the Imperial military, we must assume that includes its fleet. In addition, Garlemald possesses devices that can interfere with airship navigational systems, further discouraging an airborne approach.
Given the circumstances, the closest we dare deploy our contingent is an area between the range and the capital, the Magna Glaciers. From there, we must travel the rest of the way on foot. We will also need to bring the airships with us to ensure we can withdraw with haste. Although much of the terrain will be blanketed in snow, we should be able to make use of local roads and shipping facilities. The vast ice field will afford us an unobstructed view of the surrounding area. On the other hand, it will also allow others to easily spot us, so it is imperative that we only make camp in positions where we can easily defend ourselves. And the airships, which must be kept safe at all costs.
We cannot account for every possibility, so we must be prepared to think on our feet. We will be tested. Sorely tested, I expect. But for our homes and for our people, and a people not our own but in need, we will succeed. Spare no effort in your preparations. Once we depart, there is no turning back.
Besides the delegates assembled here, the Amalja and several other tribes offered to send troops of their own. Unfortunately, due to their physiology, many would struggle simply to survive in the harsh climate of Ilsabad. They would also likely prove tempting targets for abduction by the Telophoroi. All things considered, they can better aid the cause by bolstering our defences in Eorzea, though the eagerness to do more has been noted. A few shall suffice. Shall we embark? We must distribute warning seals to our comrades. Care to do the honours? Kokobuki, that's his name. Oh, and her name is Chuchucho. Lupa is fucking the Lalafell in Horizon. Damn, man, my Lalafell names are so screwed up. Okay, so it's Cyrna. We heard it would be cold in Garlean, so we came prepared. This is for you. Oh, the talismans! We have to keep these close at all times, yes? I'll see that no one misplaces theirs. Before again, I have a message from Hien. In distant lands, in times of strife, together stand, together fight. In darkness shines the light of life. I hope I have done this words justice. Doma, much like Arthur, has been plagued by the towers. And while he could not be here, he wished to express his shared conviction. He and Yugiri labor without rest to unite the people. With their aid, we will keep the enemy at bay. And we of the Steppe and the Eastern Alliance will repay their efforts by ending this war. Little son! Yes? This is for you. So these are the famed warning scales. Enough for me and my men, I see. Myself am grateful for this opportunity to visit distant lands. I wish to follow in the footsteps of Master Atoa, and then all there is to learn with the star we call home. Indeed, this is the primary reason I volunteered to join the expedition. To journey outside of 12's Wood, much less enter the Imperial territory, is a rare privilege afforded to a Pachal. Not that I'm tagging along to see the sights. The Garleans would benefit from my healing magics, as would our comrades, should the fighting break out. Hey, you got something for us. Them scales everyone's been talking about. Pretty little things, ain't they? They're gonna be worth a gill or two when this is all over, but we'll hold on to them for now. One more thing. I know what you're thinking. Why didn't they say Einstein instead? Bugger if I know. Although Admiral and Captain Hillfeld told me they need someone that can safeguard the future. And here I am. Can't say they haven't got a sense of humor. Of course, some of you might be wondering what good a pirate is on dry land in the middle of the sun and snow of all places. Well, me and my crew will do whatever needs doing, so let's set sail. However the saying goes on airships. That's a set of warning scales I spy. Not that I would know what they look like. Wow, look at these. Even a layman like me can tell they're bursting with ether. All the better to fend off the tempering waves? Is that the right term? Anyway, these will give one less thing to worry about, which just leaves the other mountain, or whatever it is waiting for us in Garlean. Only way to find out, eh? And never so not, I'd march through all the 7 hells if it gave me a chance to put Xenos back in the grave where he belongs. Warning scales for the Guardian delegation, I take it? Absolutely, the best for last. Many thanks. These talismans may prove to be a deciding factor in the battles to come. I find myself conflicted by this foray into Garlean, sent by the Empire to infiltrate Ishgard, only to throw in my lot with those whose secrets I was supposed to be stealing. And now I need a mission to save the countrymen I betrayed. But that is doubtless why I was chosen by Lord Emmerich. He would have me put my extensive knowledge and former ties to good use. I would not disappoint him. For the future of Ishgard, Garlean, and the world at large, I would lead us to victory. Do you have a warning scale for me too? As a matter of fact, I do, my good man. I thank you for this, and going to such lengths, such incredible lengths, for the sake of my, our people. Though, I almost said my people, but yeah, I'm Garlean too. Though I have little often to return, I would impart some advice. If I may, you've been told by many to use what... I'm going to change this dialogue. You as well know the code of Ichabod, and I cannot stress enough that this is no token warning. The description of specially made warming tinctures coming to the Alchemist Guild. Do understand, no substitute for proper protection. I leave providing said protection to your discretion. Now, let's proceed to the Alamegan Quarter. While you make your final preparations, I will have the pilots ready the airships. This is our last chance to make ready before we set sail. Before we set forth. You needn't worry about Orion, Jay and I. We still have what we wore on Garlemald before. Istinian claims to be quite warm and toasty beneath his armor, and since he's spent a fair bit of time up north recently, I have no reason to doubt his words. Most of the others will be borrowing Grand Company stock. The rest of you could do likewise, suppose provided you're not overly concerned with style. Not to put too fine a point on it, but I wouldn't be seen dead in one of those ridiculous overcoats. If only I had the time to find something to my liking. Hark! Is that the cry of scions in need of a tailor, I hear? But how? I have my ways, oh yes indeed. You thought you could sneak off to Ichabod without telling me? Ha! Nothing escapes my notice. Now, you will wear these garments I've made for you, whether you like it or not. Ah, thanks, Tataru. You never cease to amaze. But why do you need a new outfit as well? Wait, are you coming with us? What? No, of course not, silly. It's all in the name of fashion, rather the pursuit of the highest quality fashion. Besides, how can I expect others to wear my creations if I've never worn them myself? Ah, I did have one other thing to share. Algemus and Bloomweeda have returned from their assignments in faraway lands. They'll be staying at the Rising Stones for a while to keep on events throughout the Eorzea. Since they'll be running things back at headquarters, I was wondering if I could lend a hand in Sharlayan? Oh, why not? You can keep Crowl company in the Baldessian Annex. Yes, we'd love to have you there. I heard Algemus and Bloomweeda did a fine job carrying on our stead while we were lying comatose. With them in charge of the Rising Stones, we've nothing to worry about. My thoughts exactly! Also, while I'm confident you won't go collapse again, because a certain someone who shall remain nameless isn't in a position to transport your souls to another world, if anything similarly disastrous were to happen, I'd be well positioned to do something about it. Anyway, got a few things to take care of, and then I'll make my way to Sharlayan. Retold hope these new clothes are enough to keep you warm in Garlemald. It's not much, but it's the only thing I can do for you. Other than pray for your safe return, which I will, every day. Let us not keep the contingent waiting any longer. Here, your winter woolies, handcrafted by yours truly. Okay, so here is where I would get in contact with my parents of the 2nd Legion, who are stationed I can't remember where I said last time. I said they were like stationed somewhere nearby, but this is the path we're crossing. So I'm gonna say the 2nd Legion. You know, the 2nd Legion was stationed somewhere. Now, screw it. They're over here somewhere. In this general vicinity, staying far away from Garlemald because they didn't want to take part in the Civil War. about what was happening, where I'd be going, and my father, in his kindness and understanding, bequeathed to me both his armor and his uniform, as long as a custom blade of the family, made with Sharlayan metal and Garlean steel. And thus, I switched to Paladin. And thus, I don my winter coat. That's not it. There we go. Not currency. Portraits. Okay, I know this is the exact same sword that Hoary Boulder has, but I found this sword before I even realized Hoary Boulder had it because it's the two-tone thing, and it fits my whole two-tone bastard thing. Till the airship pilot has been sent to meet you. Ah, there he is. While I would love to wear Tataro's clothes like I did the first time I played, this is more in line with the canon. And it feels good to be in my Garlean duds again. Alright, this is where we go our separate ways. Do be careful, won't you? It's an honor to finally meet you. We of Garlean Ironworks will be ferrying you and the contingent across the mountains and into Garlemald. For many of us, it will be something of a homecoming. Our illustrious founder was only the most notable Imperial defector. For that reason, the company is committed... Are you Garlean too? He is! The company is committed to the success of this operation. All resources are at your disposal. If there's aught else we might be of further assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. If you are ready to depart, I will ready the engines. So cutscenes will play in sequence. In addition, yep, got that. And we're sticking it to normal, because we're not babies.
Ilsabard, divided in twain by a vast mountain range. Those who would traverse its jagged peaks face peril at every step. But why go by foot when one can simply fly? On the outskirts of the Imperial capital, in the frozen wastes of the Magna Glacius. The winds howl in icy protest, as if to warn against further trespass.
Freeze him, Annalene.
We've received word from Thancred's reconnaissance party. They've sighted a detachment of heavily armed Imperials.
Survivors of the Civil War, perhaps?
Perhaps, but there is more to it than that. Maxima reports that they are led by Vergilia, legatus of the 3rd Legion, which comprises the bulk of their number. However, they are also joined by several members of the 1st.
They keep giving Garleans cool-ass gun weapons that fit the bill that can be used by other classes like Dark Knight and Lancer, and we don't get those.
From what I recall, the 3rd Legion fought for Nerva in the War of Succession following Varus's death. The 1st, on the other hand, were under the direct command of the Emperor and rejected Nerva's claim to the throne. These legions were enemies.
Indeed. In fact, our sources claim that it was a conflict between them that sparked the Civil War. Yet now, these former foes cooperate to defend a ruined Garlemald from invasion.
then it is all but certain they have been tempered.
So, what's the plan? If me and my crew is out reaving, we charge straight in, no messing about. But that ain't what we're here for.
Quite right. Soldiers or no, they are people of Garlean, the very ones we have come to aid.
I wonder if I should have been in my armor
Direct
instead.
confrontation is unavoidable. Nevertheless, we must make every effort to limit casualties on both sides. Rather than kill them, I would remove them from the field.
How so? Savage beatings, disarmament, and imprisonment? Not impossible, but easier said than done in the heat of battle.
Having observed the opposition, I imagine Thancred had something to suggest?
He did. He and the other scouts have already infiltrated a supply depot some distance beyond the Imperial detachment's current position. Stored within is a stockpile of Magitech armaments, and once we give the signal, Thancred's team will destroy them all. In so doing, we will deprive frontline troops of materiel, and likely force the detachment to send men to investigate.
Divide and conquer. Not a bad idea.
Once the scouts have finished their preparations, we will split into two groups. The first will form the vanguard, while the other brings up the rear with our supplies.
I had an idea, but I don't think I can do it in the middle of
As for the
fight.
Scions, I ask that you lend your assistance where you deem it needed most. I would prefer, however, that you accompany the rearguard and be prepared to join the van at a moment's notice. Kept in reserve as our trump card, so to speak.
Meanwhile, at the Imperial Supply Depot...
Your proposal was well received. More specifically, they asked that we destroy the Imperial's toys in as spectacular a fashion as possible.
Y'shtola always did have a flair for the dramatic. She's not an easy woman to please, but I shall do my best to satisfy her thirst for fireworks. All right. Once more for my peace of mind. Our first objective will be to rig the enemy's Magitech with explosives. After we've withdrawn to a safe distance, we'll detonate them remotely. Our second will be to issue a deactivation command to the automated units via the control terminal. If our calculations are correct, this signal should reach those deployed on the front line, giving our friends a much-needed upper hand. The blizzard will help us stay hidden, so let's aim to get in and out before it passes. Trust in the plan, and we should all live to see tomorrow.
In the meantime, I will relay messages back and forth as the situation unfolds. You'll forgive me if I ask again, but are you certain you wish to play the lone wolf?
Wouldn't have it any other way. Call it foolish and reckless if you like, but I'll get the job done. I always do.
Very well. I wish you the best of luck.
Alright. Time for Metal Gear Thancred. Assuming there's nothing else you wish to confirm, we may commence your mission as soon as you are ready. Commence mission. Are you ready?
Keep
Yes.
your wits about you.
It's time. We only have one shot at this, so let's make it count.
Bewilderment bomb, swift deception, solve barrel combo, silent takedown. Two on the cake. Could get messy if I'm not careful. One guy in the controls. Time he took a nap. Now to set the explosives. Let's keep quiet for now. Is that a Makote or an Aura? That's an Aura. Uh-oh. Alright, here's where it's gonna get dicey. So, they got guard dogs, eh? No use hiding, they'll soon sniff me out. Luckily, I've come prepared. That should do the trick. Now to hide and send the word. Here it comes.
This is Thancred. The explosives are in place.
This is Thancred.
Very good. All is proceeding as planned. Head to the control terminal. It should be to the northwest.
Understood. Have the others wait at the rendezvous point.
This is Thancred. Huh? Oh man, what do I do? You know what? Take him out. That's what I'm gonna do. Alright. Uh-oh. 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 Did I miscalculate? Nope. I don't think silent takedown works on the slashers, so I gotta be careful. Just wait for that one to clear the way. Throw the bomb. Shit. That'll probably set off the thing. Come on. Ugh. It's no good. If I take out one, the others will see me. Gotta think. Gotta run around and think. Gotta run around and think. Nope, there's a dog there. Oh, I've blown it. No, I didn't. I'm stealthy as fuck, boy. How do I do this without pissing something off? No, I'm trying to remember. I'm pretty sure silent takedown doesn't stop the slashers. Maybe the smell bomb won't affect the slasher? I hope so. Okay.
Must be losing my touch.
It got pissed off. Oh! So much for getting it flawless. It doesn't work on them, right? I gotta test it. I have to test it.
Damn, spotted.
Okay, it doesn't work on them. That was right. Well then, damn, how am I supposed to do this? Because I can't knock that guy out, because that guy's right there. And that guy's over there. Unless... Oh my god. Okay. They're just blind and I'm thinking way too hard. Just thinking way too hard on this. There it is. Push all the buttons.
You are returned, and none the worse for wear, to my considerable relief.
What news from our comrades?
They stand at the ready.
Excellent. Then let the fireworks begin.
All those stationed there, dead. Garleans who came to save a few moments later at the rear of the Ilsavar contingent supply caravan, thousands of miles away. I'll never stop making that 1,000 miles away joke. Never.
The blizzard's beginning to clear. The Vanguard should be engaging the Imperials any moment now, if they haven't already. Y'shtola and the others are with them, so I'm sure they'll be all right, but... Wait! Something's coming!
Oi, oi! Looks like we ain't the only ones who sent out scouts. Keep them away from the carriages! We lose those, and we're as good as dead!
In the coming battle, you will fight as yourself.
Fighters! Protect the others! A brief respite, but stay alert. Keep the carriages safe.
Oh, okay, I thought you would just tell me to go forward. Oh, thanks, Alphino. You healed him, but not me. Let's see how it is.
What impeccable timing!
Oh, jeez, Manolane.
The savior of Ishgard is here!
A fine display, but the other carriages are still in danger. Go on ahead. We'll hold the line.
Will you?
We're the only ones still struggling. Time we put our backs into it then. I've been itching for a good scrap.
Uh-oh. The big bastard's going straight for the carriages. Stop it in its tracks. Oh shit, they got him. I just want to say these guys are literally holding it back by bare hands, so that's fucking amazing. Whew.
You lot alright back there? We're fine. I'm ready for more. Hear that? Get to the front and turn the tide.
I'm already at the front. Oh, time to join the vanguard. Oh. I was gonna see if I could change my outfit real quick. I don't think I can. I'm in an instance. Meanwhile, on the front line, thousands of miles away.
Removed from the field was not a euphemism for enthusiastically murder.
What? He's alive.
It's nothing that won't heal. In time. The trouble is, their tempering has made them utterly fearless. Subduing them would be easier if they had the capacity to submit in the first place.
Well, this is the path our young charges would have us walk, and that we all agreed to follow. You knew it would be hard, yet still you pledged your lance, did you not?
That I did.
That's for Gilia. Damn it. I need to help the others take her down.
There's no end to them.
Did someone call for reinforcements?
I was wondering when you'd turn up.
Oh, you know, fashion related as always.
There's no stopping us now. Come on. Let's show them what we're made of.
Can I change my clothes right now? Be a real cool moment to throw off the cloak and hat and show my armor. Defeat the Tempered and Pierce. Dang it.
Forward.
I knew I should have had a set backup for it. Oh well. The supply caravan is safe for the time being. Thancred's team has thrown the enemy into disarray.
Right! Let them have it!
You're gonna have all the fun lease. Now it's our turn. Pippin's doing his dad's move. Gotta give it to Magni and the others for holding their own against the Legatus. A tempered Legatus, no doubt. Oh shit, never mind, they got beaten.
That's her! Magilia!
Do not fall behind!
For my pride as a Garlean, I'll add another Legatus' defeat to my belt. For the pride of the Second Legion.
Is everyone all right?
Uh-oh. Oh crap. Keep the war machines at bay.
Or die!
Well, they're done with theirs. Oh, they have something smaller. Oh man, haha, more fodder for my flames. So many. At this rate, we'll be overwhelmed. I will not fall so easily. These curs will taste my wrath. Hold them quick. Lend Sadu a hand. Make way, these wolves will rule the day they crossed my path. None shall escape my chains. Now this is your chance to strike.
Tremble before the sun!
May your screams fill the air!
Oof.
Conquer the adversary. Rest, recover, reclaim yourself. Then we will fight again, to the death.
Sadu Hatun.
Loser.
That was the last of them. The day is ours, thanks to your timely arrival. What of the supply caravan?
Well, we got attacked too.
Outmaneuvered, but not outmatched. Good. Let us take the Imperials into custody and rejoin our comrades. And soon we shall arrive at the capital.
So cold and unforgiving. Thus spoke Emperor Solus as he gazed upon his barren domain. "800 years it had been since the Garleans first set foot here. Bested by the Kavosi, after centuries of war and driven from fertile southern pastures into the blasted northern wastes. In that garden of desolation, they clung to one another for warmth, freezing, hungry, desperate, hated. The chosen forsaken. In the year 1513 of the 6th Astral Era, a young legatus named Solus single-handedly sparked the Magitech Revolution. How did he conceive the machina that feed on ceruleum? Once a common, soft-spoken soldier, how had he so quickly ascended through the ranks? Like so many others, those who knew the truth are gone. Taking in the capital with his eyes for the first time, I recall thinking to myself, far colder on the earth than in the heavens. Yes, far colder indeed, bitterly so.
Home sweet home.
Not so much as a whisper.
The roads leading beyond the city walls would have been used less in recent years. Nevertheless, this was one of the most important gateways into the capital.
A buzz day and night with activity, aye. Merchants passing through the checkpoint, many of them stopping at the local hostelries.
Surely they cannot all have been tempered.
We can consider the question after we have made camp. If we spend any longer outside, we may well freeze to death where we stand. The tempered Imperials, too.
This will be our temporary base of operations. Secure shelter for ourselves and the injured, and dispatch scouts to survey the surrounding area.
If we're planning on staying here a while, we ought to give this place a proper name.
Well, the constant sound of ice cracking underfoot makes me think of broken glass. An apt name, perhaps. But enough of this. To work, everyone!
Home sweet home. It's been 10 years since I left. In spite of the obstacles we faced, our plan proceeds apace. Just a little farther and we reach the capital itself. Still, we mustn't get ahead of ourselves. As soon as camp has been made fit for purpose, we'll discuss course of action with Lucia. Would you mind asking Stoll and Graha to join us in that building to the northeast of the camp? Alize and I will meet you there. A meeting? Yes, I'll make my way over once my head is cleared. In truth, I've been feeling out of sorts since we arrived. The air is thick with a palpable aura of malevolence. There's the monstrous tower on the horizon, jagged, hideous, unholy. Even at this distance, the presence is overwhelming. Much like the sensation I felt in the Tower of Zod, only far more terrifying. Ether flows unceasingly towards it, converging into a swirling mass of unfathomable power. For a blessing, the constant chill in the air is helping me to anchor my senses in the here and now. Tell the others I shall be with you in a few moments. Yeah, that's the 90 Gunbreaker gear. And it's damn good looking too. You'll be pleased to know that most of the Template have been quartered inside nearby buildings and are receiving the treatment as we speak. However, I do feel no small amount of guilt for commandeering civilian homes. The occupants may be long gone, but everything is exactly as they left it. Considering the length of time that's clearly passed, one would expect to find them ransacked. Strangely, there are no signs of anything having been stolen. It's possible that everyone fled at the first sight of trouble, though it seems to me they left far too many useful possessions behind. There's no conclusive evidence. I strongly suspect they were tempered. Sorry, merely thinking aloud. You mentioned the meeting. I'll make my way there. Thank you for coming. The others will. Thank you for informing the others of our meeting. When everyone's here, we will begin.
Our present situation is as follows. Efforts to aid the people of Garlemald have begun in earnest. Moreover, having entered into the capital, the Imperial Palace is within our reach.
But before we proceed further, we must learn what has befallen this city. For therein lies the key to understanding and combating the Telophoroid's designs.
I have a suggestion, if I may. Several of the Imperial soldiers we captured on the Magna Glaciers are members of the Populares and acquaintances of mine. Once we have cured them of their tempering, They should be able to give a reliable account of the events leading to the capital's downfall.
A promising idea. I will assist the healers and their ministrations. Of course, I will require a proxy of my own, assuming you can spare one.
Would you like a hand?
No, I am sure we will manage. Better that you take my place in the field. The noxious ether of this place disagrees with me, and as I shall need to draw on my own for the treatment, 'twill be prudent for me to remain within the camp.
This talk of curing the tempered is all well and good, but I reckon the cold is a more pressing concern. All the houses round here are fitted with cerulean heaters that could keep us warm and toasty. Problem is the machines seem to have given up the ghost, and if we keep sitting around, freezing our asses off, we'll be next. My smiths reckon that with the right parts, they can have them working again, but it won't be easy.
Understood. The machinist will assist them in the repairs.
The rest of us should either stand watch or survey the area.
We've made our presence known to the Telothroi. They will be searching for us, if they have not already ascertained our position. That we have seen no sign of them since the battle suggests they have yet to do so. However, I suspect they may be biding their time.
Or perhaps we are beneath their notice.
In any event, we'll find no answers standing around here. Urianger, Estinian and myself have visited Garlean recently, so we'll lead the reconnaissance efforts. Perhaps bolstered by a few Bosnian and Dalmatian scouts from my previous excursion for good measure.
Don't forget about us Alamegans. We have experienced scouts of our own.
Well now, this is turning out to be a rather sizable team. With such numbers, we should be able to cover a wide area with relative ease, including that surrounding the Imperial Palace. How about you, Graha? I have a feeling we'll find a use or two for that vanishing spell of yours.
'Twould be my honor to be of service, though I doubt that you of all people need rely on my tricks.
That leaves us with guard duty.
As a matter of fact, I have something else in mind for the two of you and Alphino. Between here and the center of the capital lies the Eblan Rhine. I would have you search the area for survivors. Your keen sense of direction, honed in your extensive travels, should prove useful in navigating the ice fields.
Normally I joke, but not this time. Well, if there are survivors, we'll find them.
I have faith that you will, and look forward to greeting you on your safe return. You all have your duties. Let us make haste. May the Fury bless and keep you.
Gods be good. If it's this cold with the towers gloating, I dread to think of how we'd fare without it. Must remember to think of next time we meet. Makes me realize too that while the people of Garlean have spent their whole lives in conditions like these, even they'd be hard pressed to survive away from the warmth of their homes. If there are any survivors, we must find them quickly. And that's gonna be it for today. Tomorrow we'll continue part 1.